Hello, Imaginary Villain here. It's once again time to get down to some game dev. It's actually the first time someone actually commented on the stream before I got here. Wow. Color me impressed. Usually I'm the first one to the stream, but whatever. They didn't actually stay to chat though. Sad times. Oh well. Maybe the next one will. I mean, it's wild to start a stream and just have people waiting. Maybe if the game becomes popular enough. I don't know. I mean, I got to release this version first, but I've come to a pretty good idea of what I'm working on at this point, where I'm trying to get to it for preferably this Saturday. Well, my Saturday anyway. If not like then, like very, 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 very soon. Last time I set up the level system. Well, it's just upgrades. You just unlock upgrades. I set up all the upgrades. I didn't write all the dialogue for things that are said, but I wrote some of it. It wasn't the best, but prototype 1 doesn't have to be the best. I'm actually of the opinion that I should just sit there and take this game and fuse it with the other game that I have on this. Or I can just take all the results, the resources from one and dump it into the other. Because I just don't see myself making that many games. Like, I'd rather there just be one with more direction and it's already kind of along the way that I can keep adding to, than some game that's like got a concept but not really even all that far in, and then this one here being much farther in but needing more content. So I was going to have the option, if you beat all the bosses in the prototype, to go into the painting world. And the other game looks like a painting almost, so I could actually just dump its stuff from there into here. And then it would look, kind of cool, probably. Unless I want the painting world to just be a very specific map. But I'm actually uncertain what I would even do with it at that point. Like, are you going to fight a boss on it? Because if you're going to fight a boss on it, then I would assume I'd rather it just be one of the dungeon-style maps. So if that's actually the case, like, do I rescue the other game like that? Or I could actually just have these be mini games in the paintings, because right now you're just using the paintings as gateways to get to other locations in the attic. But you're not actually in the paintings unless you actually go to like the secret painting area. Which, I don't know on that one. I'll have to think about it. I really just don't know what to do with it otherwise. Let me open up the other game there and I'll look around and see what I can do with it. I just had to listen to some other musical tracks today that were in the various packs that I've been handed. So let's see. Let's say I was to use this project stuff. Because it had this kind of look. And it looks more like it's from a painting in the first place. So it would make sense if that was what I did with it. But I guess the decision I need to make right now before I even do that is, am I just going to abandon this other game completely in RM? Because if I'm abandoning it completely, then I might as well just recycle the stuff into the other games and just go with it. It had an okay mechanic. Actually had a couple mechanics, but I could actually steal the mechanics from that and dump it into this game and just have more mechanics in this game that might be fun to mess with. What in the world is this track? It's called Happiness Loopable. Yeah. Happiness Loopable. Okay. Okay. So Well, there's like two different types of areas that are already basically made here. There's this type of area here. And then there's this area here. The randomized areas that already exist. I had some other ones in the past, but I kind of removed them when I went for this more of its art style here. This track is so weird. I'll actually switch this to the self variables there. Oh wow. How badly do I want this to happen? These are a lot of events. 18 of those, and then I only need the starting, I think I got rid of the need for that, so it's just this one here. And then I guess there's a 19 and 20 that get loaded in too. Okay, well, that's awkward. I don't know. Oh. Oh. Oh, hi, Ito. Yeah, sure, go ahead and ask the question. Maybe I can answer it, maybe not. I don't know. Or did I miss you? Hard to even tell sometimes, this thing. It'll say 0 viewers and then someone will start talking. Or it'll say 1 viewer and then there'll be like 3. Okay. Yeah, you get this really weird scenario where it will literally say 0 and then 1. Like, but which is it? Tell me. So, am I abandoning this game in favor of dumping all its resources to the other game and making it a side thing for it? I could do that. I really don't think I could terribly get terribly far in both games at the same time. I'd probably be dumping this one in here. If the combat even works and this game's so broken. Very broken. Okay. Everything I've come to expect out of this particular game. Everything works, right? What's this? This one works. Weird music choice, but sure. I think the music's messed up anyway. Or I just leave the two games separate and call it Square. I'll think about that game. Put the music back on because this one doesn't have the music on yet. Yeah, I welcome any random questions for these engines. I mean, I pretty much never use the combat system, so if anything's related to the actual combat system, well, I'm terrible with resource on that. But if it comes to doing anything on the map or a lot of the back end code, I can often figure just about everything out. So that shouldn't be unlocked, right? Also, it doesn't make much sense for this to be a 2D map if I'm going to do it that way. Okay, so for the painting world, that's right, I gave her a puzzle option. It's not actually finished yet. Turn 217 on at some point? Sure, why did I do that? So it shouldn't actually be available without me unlocking it. It's only mentioned right there. Hmm. This one triggers if Tinker wrote something like that. I just have it on both. Did I mess up? Maybe I did. Maybe I copy pasted it or something. What's the map for this one here? So if it's map 22. pretty much failed the game of operation that Windows plays. I most definitely touch the sides of the screen, and then it goes full screen, and the fact that I have a widescreen monitor where I only capture a small portion of it for the stream comes into play. I should almost just have this as like the streaming monitor, like the smaller monitor, and then use this for everything else. I guess it didn't unlock it. Okay. Looks like the 2D switch is still on. It is indeed. Which means somewhere after this point there, it does it. Oh. I have to remember that it's actually an if statement there. I was just putting the full code in for an if statement going, yep, whatever, it'll be fine. Silly me. Does it turn it to that anywhere else? No. It just errored, that's all. I should have just copy pasted the code. I usually do. But not today. It's so weird when someone asks a question in the chat and then leaves before ever... Actually, ask a question if they can ask a question, then leaves before asking the question. Like, didn't they want to know an answer? Like, that's so strange. I don't get it. Let's go in here. Oh, it didn't unlock. Guess I clicked the wrong one anyway. Okay, now they're at 2.5D, and then... Well, if that's the case, I don't want to use the little ghost mode at all. This thing is set by if story is on. I really should push this to a plugin so I don't have to have all this weird stuff going on here. I could just turn story off. If I turn story off though, it won't put her in the thing. Which makes me think I should just do the combat mode. And random it to one of those maps and then just have maybe the random assets from art dumped in here. What would it take to add those in? Is it worth that effort? All these map block ones have been reworked here. I wonder if they're... I remember I did some upgrades to the code in this. Apparently not that much upgrades though. Yeah. I think I was getting rid of Hime's self variables from this one slowly but surely, but I don't want to do that now. It's too much effort to remove it from the thing. I'll think about it. I don't really want to do that. What I should be doing is working on the combat. Because having a special Easter egg at the end is not exactly high priority. I don't know why I'm spending that much time on it when I could just as easily make the game playable. Alright, so we'll just go ahead and put that aside and worry about it later. So I need to work on... I need the clowns to be good, the jacks to be good, and the Annie Bell dolls to all be very playable, and I need a boss for each one. I think the jacks' problem was that they were not the most threatening, but they were kind of threatening. I did reduce the strength of the characters significantly. But most of these free music tracks I got, some of them are pretty bad. Well, I guess not really free. I bought a pack for like $5. It has like 113 songs in it. Something's got to be good somewhere in there, right? Didn't click the button. Huh. That's the only one unlocked. This picture looks too close to that. I guess it is all unlocked yet so far, so these don't do anything. I'm going to make a note to lock those away until there's an ability unlocked for them. We'll make an improvements thing, and then I'll worry about adding it later if there's time before the thing. Improvements, make ability boxes only appear if you've unlocked one. And then I need to make another system there, so it's make each unlocked spell take up the next available ability box. There's a way to set them yourself, but it would look much better if when you release a new ability, it went to the next one and just added it there. That mouse movement thing is such a problem. They're actually kind of hard to hit. I guess I'll play through a whole thing there and see how like threatening they are. Didn't really hit it, but you can block like that. Oh, there's a teddy I can rescue. Come on, Teddy. Come with me if you want to live. That reminds me, I need to make a thing where it's if player exits and re-enters the level, keep the same number of tarot cards remaining. Right now it just completely resets if it only has one array. That's not very useful at all. Come on, Teddy. Got this. Like, yep, walking out. Teddy walks too far. Teddy is huge. I guess Boozeberry is the name given by the chat. Just too far past the painting when exiting. They're not incredibly threatening. On the other hand, it is supposed to be the first area, so I don't want them to be so overwhelmingly threatening. Plus, there's still the boss you have to kill at the end, too, so... I'll run through a thing here and see exactly where it how it plays out. I guess once you say the... Actually, I'm gonna check something here. Let's exit the level here. And then see if it has all 5 of them or not. Eddie's out here. You have heal unlocked that way. I need to basically just have a system that completely does that. Oops, clicked off the thing. Mistakes were made. I may redo the money thing to be something besides the dull parts. These guys can be hard to hit. Look at how many of them spawn. That's a lot. Feels like there's actually maybe too many. Yeah. Well, yeah, if you've unlocked the heal spell, it'd be really easy. Sheesh. It's just a bloodbath in here. How big is their hitboxes? This is so hard to hit them. Shouldn't be that hard to hit them. I guess they just move really quick and... I've managed to shoot a lot of them. I don't want it to be too easy. Alright then, they're just on the warpath. I guess I should turn the music back on if I was going to test the level out, but... How do I feel about the hourglass item? Kind of worthless. It just removes status ailments or reduces them by a lot. But you don't even get status ailments this early on, so I don't know how necessary it is. I just want to make certain you can play something from start to finish and actually get it to fight a boss and beat the boss, and then, yeah. I guess to be fair, the boss is going to make this a lot harder, so that is concerning. I also don't know how much health I'm going to give the bosses yet. It'll be varied amounts. In the previous one, they had a lot more health because they were designed to... Everything had higher damage, so they had to have way higher health. Okay, the boss came in much earlier. Why did the boss come in so early? guess that person just didn't stick around long enough for me to answer their question. It's just awkward. Bad times. Person's asking about the colors that are available in it. Let's see. My thumbnail that I was making, I definitely made it entirely not right before the stream, and that's a total lie. I made it right before the stream. Actually, I can just leave that as I'm pretty certain that he's just looking at hex colors, right? I think. Yeah, they're just hex. Ooh, yep. Well, I guess I'll tell him. I'll be the nice guy, whatever. I suppose. Actually, I should probably pull him up a link for it, right? Let's see. Hex color. Alright, I did my good deed for the year. Just don't tell anyone so I don't lose my, villain badge. And the decoder ring. I need my decoder ring. I love my decoder ring. Very important. That's how you get into all the secret bases. Not the secret Hydra bases, though. Those you have to reveal a Hydra magic card, and it will use the card to open them all. Very important. Little known facts about magic cards. That's not how it works, by the way. Don't do that. Well, maybe it does work. Maybe they really like those cards. Who knows? So I'm testing this out there. Okay, that hurt. Oh, wait a second. What is the variable for WinCon figured out here? Because I was testing to see if WinCon was a thing here. WinCon's in DM, right? Yeah. Yes, it is. Well, I guess I'm just looking at 234, huh? It must have added multiples to the array. It only makes sense. So 234 just says attic? What? What it do? So this goes there and it checks a collectible array. Oh, never mind. DM collectible array. What does this do? What it do? hoping it's 284, but we'll find out. I don't think it actually calls the thing there. It just says that, and it runs WinCon. So the mode does not puzzle. Not worried about that. It just returns the var number, so it should return 284. Okay. So... Alright, so it's 284.length, huh? This is because I'm going to have different arrays, so... There are 23 tarot cards in here. It tells me I have 18 collected. This is clearly not correct here. What is adding to the tarot number here? Also, I'm going to go ahead and remove that little notification that regen is on, because that is real tedious. I get it, regen's on. Sure. Fine. That's because I went to the menu with it on, so it's just sitting there running it because it doesn't deplete itself during the menu. But it's not supposed to, so... I'm going to go through and remove every console command as well. A person wants a long-winded explanation. Yeah, if they asked in the stream, I'd give them a long-winded explanation, but I'm not giving them a long-winded explanation on that while I'm streaming. That seems silly. Okay, so I was removing that, but why in the world... What's the actual array say? As far as numbers here, oops. Yeah, if you ever need to get them sorted sequentially, you can type array.sort and it will attempt to sort it sequentially. As you can see, it's not a perfect science. Yeah, so 10 showed up twice in there, 13 showed up twice in there, 17's in there twice, 19's in there twice. Not all of them are in there twice, though. It only happens on some. Let me punk the boss or see if I can, and then I'll go from there, but it looks like I'm going to need to figure something out with that. Because obviously it's not going to be very efficient if that's the case. The boss might be too strong. I'm pretty certain they are. I made the boss with more health in mind. Was it dodges now? Oh, don't do that. I need to put a restrictor on if the boss is active to reduce the amount of stuff here. Actually, I'm going to look it up and see how much health I gave it before I sit there and just hammer on it and figure out the hard way. $100? Okay, I don't think 100 is what I want. If you're doing one a shot, and then you do... Well, there's no other abilities unlocked at this point. I guess I should build it as though they don't have heal. Heal would probably be pretty much a good thing to have unlocked, though. The boss moves away if you try to, or it teleports away if you actually do hit it. You'll have to successfully, you can't just chain attacks on it. Maybe 20? 20 health seemed like a good number? Probably. I do need to have a system that reduces the number of enemies around if the boss is active. It already reduces it by 1 because the boss counts as an enemy. But if there's enough enemies around to be threatening to the player when the boss isn't around, then there's probably too many enemies when the boss is around. I'm going to put the encounter system. I am apparently blind. Here we go. I have the max enemy set to 8. Seems like a lot. And the clown heads are fairly aggressive. They do die in 1 hit, and they do explode on things. But if I'm going to make the player have to survive for a long period of time, I need to make it so that they don't actually just, roll up and die to a few hits. This isn't Dark Souls. To be honest, the controls aren't good enough for Dark Souls. We're going to make the enemies more like... We'll do 5, honestly. That means that the boss is active, there'll only be 4 to worry about. There's a boss active variable, isn't there? WinCon's the one that assigns it? Let's see. I also have to add the rewards for Tinka, so if you've killed each of the bosses, that's right. Let me add that to things that need to get done. The 107 is for boss defeated. I'll have to remember that, but I need to put different switches for each boss that's defeated. So I'll have to figure that out in a second. Alright, what was I doing here? Lost my train of thought for a second there. I said that's a 20 there. I was reducing this number here. So we're going to do another conditional here. And it'll be if the boss is active. Why am I doing it there? That's not even the right system. I had originally had a system where the game would level up, like all the longer you were in an area, the more it would get, dangerous, more dangerous. So it was somewhat exciting. Max enemies is actually set here, I believe, right? It's an old system, so it's definitely not the best system. There's a lot of things in here that don't need to be here anymore. I cleaned them all out in art, but I never cleaned them out in this. Unless I'm setting it at the start of these things, I might be. In all reality, I probably should set a lot of these during this time so I can just keep it all in one location. I usually hate doing switches purely on the grounds of it's a clutter. I like the clutter. Max enemies is set to 5. The 191 can just set it to 5. I'll make it like 3, I guess, if it's like that, because they just spawn more often. Is it better to spawn more often, or is it better to spawn more of them? Probably more often, because the RM can only handle so much at any given time, so you really don't want to try to overwhelm it. So let's go ahead and paste this here. This is 191. I guess we'll reduce it down to... We'll just give him a couple helpers. He doesn't need all the helpers. I'm probably gonna have a better system for the map too, like for which map it is. There's only been 3 areas right now. I don't know if I need to make that incredibly complex system. Silly people asking me questions. I'm streaming. Come to the stream and talk to me if that is your wish. And then this is probably fine. Yeah, I think I'll leave it like this and then make it more exciting for later. I want a system that's playable by Saturday, so I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole on this one. The other problem there is, why in the world is it adding additional things for these tarot cards? When tarot cards destroyed, it runs puzzle 3? No, it runs puzzle 2. In reality, it should be called tarot 2, but actually, I think they both work off it, so it doesn't really matter. So if it's collectible, then it adds +1 to tarots collected. Sure, sure. I'm gonna console log right after it adds it. Okay. Kind of an important thing to figure out here. I guess I could close the previous version. It's almost like most of my viewers actually show up around 2 or like later in the day. I don't seem better off waking up earlier in the morning, it seems like. So I start at midnight here, and very rarely does anyone actually watch from that point on. Like, they show up much later. They don't really stay necessarily. Well, some do, but it just depends. Interesting. Oh, I don't know why. Sure, whatever. I'll assume they have heal for this fight. If they don't have and they want to beat it without heal, that's fine. They can do that. Okay, I don't need a chap there. Let's see. Let's open the console right now because I'm mostly just doing this for purposes of checking the cards. Yeah, one I'm already at 2. I've only collected 3 yet. It says 4. No, I collected 4 different ones according to it. I guess I wasn't paying that much attention. I am looking over at the other screen, so... Alright. Let's assume that Why is that... Back up there? Awkward. It says I've collected 7 of them. According to the counter I have sitting over here, so that is good. Hidden in the table, huh? That's how I feel about that. They're so hard to hit because they just move around all crazy. I've done 9 of them so far. Oh, wait, is it recycling images? As I've collected 12, so at least the numbers are right, even though the pictures might be recycling. I don't know why they would be recycling, but sure. I just sworn I saw the devil card twice. Also, I think I've seen that one multiple times too. It says 16, yet here... Yeah, it does say 16 there, okay. How did I get the other glitch where there's more than one? Okay, well, that just appeared out of nowhere. The bubble system seems like it has a slight flaw in that it's... not always fast enough. Like the more you put in there, the harder it seems to be on it to actually keep the illusion up that the world is solid like that. Still does a pretty good job of it. That's 21 found. There's Teddy. There's the last tarot card. Well, that seemed to work. Sort this array here. I mean, if it works, it works. That was the goal, so it works. Not sure. The enemies seem like there's not enough of them around. Like, I didn't even notice them while I was running on collecting everything. It was kind of dumb. I'll move away from it because it'll chase me down. is it flashing these danger things, but not actually, This operates very poorly. Ow. It has done enough damage to me to require me to have to heal, though. Oh. I did have a victory screen, that's right. Okay, well, I think we can all agree that that was a catastrophe. I'm assuming it tried to go to the wrong map, though. Where is the map it's heading? Sure. Undefined map ID, huh? Well, do I even want a victory screen? I remember going all the trouble to set that up, but I could just have Tinka give a message about it. Also feels like the boss needed more health than that, and to be just significantly more effective, because it really didn't do a whole lot, and I just kind of pretty much hammered it. I kind of feel like the projectiles can be fired too fast. So maybe part of the thing that needs to be worried about is that maybe I need to nerf the player a little more, basically. It is a problem I have. I try to make everything too fast, and I don't put enough limitations on things so that it takes longer. So let's see. To add to my list things to reduce, actually increase player basic attack cooldown. And then let's see, increase boss health, and then I guess improve boss attacks. There really needs to be more limitations on things. Maybe mana should not naturally regenerate, but then that would make a lot of the spells really crappy. You would never use most of them if that was the case. But I could also make the spell significantly more powerful if I did that. I could also make each spell kill certain types of enemies too. Like it could be nearly invincible if you have the wrong type of enemy. Okay, well, let's see. When a boss is defeated, WinCon goes and does its thing, I imagine. If boss spawn is not true, spawn the boss. I should have transferred him to a 15 if that was the case. Let's see what happens when you kill the Clownhead. That makes the big difference. Also, while I'm here, let's give it 30 health. Let's make it a fight. Also, one thing I want to check on the encounter system, when I put that in there, it became... like, they didn't spawn hardly at all. To the point where I almost felt lonely, and I don't want that. I want the player to feel lonely. That's weird. Wrong one. Well, boss spawn should actually only trigger on that one thing there. Otherwise, it should actually be off the whole time. Otherwise, it would never spawn. It's 105 that does it under WinCon. Yeah, right here it says it's a true, so there should have been more. I guess it just was getting unlucky with its spawns? Hmm. Maybe I'll up the number on these ones. Well, it seemed pretty threatening before when it... I wonder if that's the case. I'll just check the variable 191 when the thing is running and see. So anyway, onto the clown head. What happens when a clown head dies? Boss switch true. What did I put for these boss switches? It's like a system I never bothered to finish, essentially, is what happened here. Okay, so it's 164. I already have boss switches, nice. So let me just add those to the thingy. I wish I had them in order, but I do not. Which the problem was is I had no idea what they were going to be in order when I was making them. So let's see, when it runs this and destroys them, it will do this, and then does it run WinCon anywhere? It's object destroyed. Under boss, it does run WinCon again. I should probably key it off of each of those switches for which map it is. Which probably should just go under WinCon instead. I probably don't need an actual boss true switch here. It already does have that. I need to have two of these systems set up here. Huh. it occurs to me that this thing is sitting in like entertainment as the default thingy, but I mean, there's a section for game for RPGMaker MD, which is, you know, actually a programming thing, but I guess it counts as a game? I don't know. A quick change here about that. Am I going to reset the area, letting the player do that, or I'm going to have it, I don't think I want to reset the area. Like, I just have him fight the boss once. I think I just want the area to be basically the same. Well, do I? Or do I want to punish them for trying to leave an area? I think I punish them for trying to leave the area because otherwise you could just keep running in and out and get all your health back and collect a few cards at a time. And that'd be kind of lame. Yeah, I need to set that up like that. The way this game is set up, it should punish like that. Let's see. If player leaves area early, reset collectible and boss for that area. Then also, if you want to go back in and fight them just because you can, prevent additional unlock reward for collecting a tarot from an area second time. Might just have switches for those too. I guess it does make it easy. I could put them all in an array instead of having a bunch of switches. I'm probably gonna want more rewards later, so I'm gonna put a bigger gap between them. Actually, I'm 100% certain I want more rewards later. But as this game goes along, I'm gonna have more and more stuff. So I don't think I'm gonna have any story section. I could just have each tarot section. I'm sure in time I'll probably want more of those as well too. But I'm probably gonna come up with a better system before it makes any real difference. So 100% I will. But I want to down and dirty get it done method right now. So let's do that and see how it goes. Let's see. Tarot collected. Actually, tarot. Tarot reward. Let's call it attic. Should have called it attic 1, but in all things I actually wrote it as attic, so let's do it this way. Attic 2, attic 3. All these little things you don't think about when you're making all this stuff here, but it does need to happen, sadly. Okay, so I'm gonna migrate those over to the side for a second so I can code them into here. I guess I need ifs for each one. Yeah, probably. let reward. Actually, let hero reward equal nothing. Put it up here. Is equal to 1. Do this. Console log. Actually, its area is unlocked. I'll reduce the number necessary to trigger this so that I don't have to keep collecting them all to test it. I'll just make it certain it got all 22 of them previously. I don't plan on randomizing any of the areas, I think. And if for some reason I do, I will add that back in, but these need to be switched while I'm at it. Things I was thinking I needed to do. I'll need to remember to switch those on the others as well. Let's see. No, wait. I only need to write this code once. I'll do it like this, switch. I'll make it nice and easy to read. Let's see. False. This will be a game switches dot value reward switch. What I'm doing here is I'm just making it so that I can tell it which one of the variables to worry about, and it will, if it's set to false, it'll do this, and then it's going to set it to true down here. And then the next time it runs it, it'll find that it's already set to true. Oh yeah, it'll be. There's nothing else it does for set to true though. It just does that, and it's good. So set value on this one. I'll put this above so that I can put the code in there too. Mouse is horrible. I do need to order a new one very soon. always mark what it is. This way I don't have to try to figure it out later because I use a lot of these commands. See where the information is going. We'll do that, and then in this case, I just need to reward switch here. Huh. This one is 244. Mouse just kind of jerks around a lot. It's really annoying. Makes little fine clicks kind of hard. I guess I put them all in. Sure. Guess that means on this I should also mark them as their numbers too, so I have an idea. Not really searching for anything, so that's fine. Okay, so that system there should make those a thing. And all boss spawn does is it'll reduce the number of enemies. So that's perfectly fine. I don't think I need anything else different on that. Yeah, that should be fine. Then we're going to set this number where it just adds a whole bunch to this here, so I don't have to collect a whole bunch of the cards to test this out. I always end up paranoid after I miss someone's question in the chat. I check it way more often, thinking that, you know, I might miss someone. It's just one of those things I do. It's very awkward, but it's hard not to. It's just like, oh, I wasn't paying attention. And there was briefly someone here. Sometimes there's people here for hours, but you never know. Definitely had someone say hi, and then they leave in 30 seconds because I haven't responded. And I'm like, I can't look over there every 30 seconds. I mean, I would if there was people chatting all the time, but if no one's been there for like half an hour, it's like, but guys, oh, actually, oh, wait a second. Let's leave intentionally at this point. See what that does. See if it breaks it or not. Might. The way I have it set now, I don't even actually need to worry about each individual array on these things being collected or not, because I'm not going to have them go back in and be able to get it. They'll have to start over. Which I think is better, though everything is added to an array. I could actually keep them, and I might in the future. That might be an improvement for later versions. I want to see what people think. That's awkward. There's just some things that just aren't perfect in this. He's already here. I won the first time it was locked, but then I did it again. Did I not save it? I did. Oh, you know that part where you don't bother to set the value of the tarot reward switch at all? I'm just saying, you know, that might have been important. Just saying. Kind of foobars the whole system. Try to give it a value. It'll be interesting to see what if it improves traffic by actually releasing the prototype or not for this. That will dictate a lot for what happens with this game. So I've already figured out the big problem with almost every game release is that there's basically no interest, and you have to sit there and earn all that interest, and basically have to find a way to advertise it. And the issue with that is, well, you essentially need either popularity in advance or you need an advertising budget. I don't have an advertising budget, so if I do, it's very low, not enough to actually matter. The only problem with this is how many people are actually interested in deving a game is not that high, I don't think. Or at least maybe it's just the engine. If this game does really badly and like I just can never get interest in it, I'll just try Unreal Engine for streaming that, see if that's any better. I mean, I know the engine's overall better, sure, of course, but I want to see if it lobotomies this time. Hertz. We'll see. I thought I could get more of a casual audience because I know this engine better than probably the vast majority of people. I mean, sure, there are people who in the community who know it better than me, 100%. I'm not the most knowledgeable of everyone. There's plenty of people who are just mega knowledgeable. Some people who've been around the community for multiple decades. That's a long time. Very long time. See, now it says true this time. And I only collected the 2 tarot, which is exactly what I set it to restrict it. If that's the case, I'm going to actually exit the level now real fast. I'm going to go back in and see if it rewards me a second time for doing it or not. Looks like he showed up early, didn't it? So 410, which was the one that there. Where was it previously? I have a lot of these things going on here that I need to probably get rid of a bunch of them so I can focus on what I'm actually doing here. Yeah, it stayed the same. I would get rid of some of those. So 494, let's get rid of that one and clean this up so I can find things. What are the ones we gotta get rid of here? 97? Sure. Pretty certain I'm gonna do what I can tonight to just make the enemies operate more effectively. What is this even doing here? I don't even know. But I commented it out, so I don't care about it. There's a lot of commented out stuff. I've tried so many weird ideas, and that's, I guess, part of the issue going on here. Probably need to not have that going on all the time. 93 just shows it broke. That was a surprising amount, but that might be indicative of a problem I need to solve. So we're gonna go ahead and leave it for now. I think that's actually the ones I need to get rid of. A lot of these other ones are just kind of here. Map selector. I don't have to spend all that time trying to figure out which one it was I was looking for the console logs on. Get rid of those. I started realizing that if I put which common event it's in, I write the name, it's much easier to find later. I wish I'd done that on some other ones, but I have not. Sadly. Yeah, that's the tarot collecting thing. Let me remove that from the thing too while I'm at it. Looks like it's working just fine. Also, I should never put common events in here because if you have a common event running from your from within a plugin, you'll see it just tells you the line on the plugin that runs it. But if it runs it from within RPGMaker, you'll see it's just blank and you just got to remember. Ain't nobody like that. Actually, wait. F8 here. Have I collected 4? Or is the array just not clean? I collected 2. The array doesn't clean itself. Well, originally I wasn't going to do it that way, but I think I'm going to just go ahead and on exit clean all the arrays. That seems completely reasonable here. Just in case you want to replay an area. Is that how I'm going to do it? Let's see, 284 tarot found. I don't think I'm even using the remaining ones here. I think I had it for something else. Oh, hi, the Fearless Man. How's it going? I think I'll just go ahead and redo these. I'll probably do that though. I guess I just redo them all. Oh, hi the second time, the Fearless Man. This time capitalized, because you mean it that much more. And I appreciate it. I do. Alright, Fearless, so it is. That does make it a lot easier. The longer the name, more I'm just like, how many syllables is it? You can definitely tell I'm a product of the generation of digital entertainment, I guess. When too many syllables is the problem. And here I sit there and code all this. The world is full of many contradictions. I'm just going to make a common event called Array Setup. Just in case I want this somewhere else, and because I don't want to have to jam it in this ridiculous collection of whatever is going on here. Just run that common event right here, no problem. What are you up to tonight, Fearless? Or I guess morning or afternoon or whatever it is for you. Night for me. Yeah, South Park's pretty cool. I admit I'm not that up to date on them. I'm sure they're on season 5 billion by now. But I've definitely seen multiple seasons of it. Probably should go back to it. I'm always looking for something to watch. I don't need her any of this. Oh, it's the morning for you? That's fair. I don't know about this whole doing things in the morning thing. I don't know about this whole being awake in the morning thing. That sounds just like crazy talk. Oh, hey, Moss One. The game is pretty much Zelda slash Diablo style game about, you know, a bunch of cursed dolls in an attic that are pretty much following their curse every single night. Like every night they, like in this case, this character, you know, during the day she somehow ends up in this box, and then each night she wakes up and tries to get across this attic full of all these cursed toys to get to this window that she looks out. And it's like almost a Groundhog Day scenario where she can't, like, the more they do it, the more the dolls can't remember who they were beforehand, because they're all people who've been trapped there. So there's like one character who just is living in the paintings, who's not actually a toy, who remembers what's happening and is trying to lead the dolls to get out. So you're playing one of the dolls basically trying to escape. That's probably the short of it. I mean, you know, there'll be some mysteries and things like that going on, but the plan with the game as far as the development goes is to hopefully with soon have like a prototype release, and then every week just let the stream tell me more about things that they like and dislike, and then just keep adding to it based on what the stream wants. Or like their ideas, maybe not necessarily what they want, because I suspect if I leave it open to things they want, I might end up with a lot of things in there that shouldn't be in there. Yeah, so far, even along this portion of the dev, people have been suggesting various things, and I've actually implemented a few of them. Right now, I'm just seeing if if this array is clearing or not. Do you stay awake at night, Fearless? That makes two of us. Best hours to get your dev done because, well, there's nothing else to do. Why did the boss spawn already? The boss is there, right? No, okay, the boss isn't there. Perfect. Thought there was an error, there wasn't. Oh, you stay up till 6 a.m., huh, Fearless? Well, you're in great company. Many a stream has ended at 6 a.m. Well, at least I've had some as late as 8 a.m. It happened once. One time it was 8:30, and I regretted all of my life decisions because I had to work at 2 p.m. that day. So I just went to sleep and got up like 5 hours later. I'm like, yep, I'm great. It's wonderful. All right, so this does work. Ooh. Did I click a thing to exit, or did it exit forcibly there? I like that, wow, you're good at coding, just as it like forcibly exits, or maybe I clicked off it or something. I do a lot of coding though. Weird. I have all the code that runs the game because it's more efficient to run it inside of plugins, so I've just coded thousands of lines of code at this point. All in the effort to make RPGMaker, of all things, do this stuff. Oh, yeah, it's Moss one. The current working title is Poppet Quest. It's just a... It was originally a Game Jam game that I made, I don't know, a couple years ago, and I liked the idea, so I just figured I'd run with it. And I am the coder and the artist for it. The music, I just buy packs for the music with the rights to use them. That's all you for that. And same with the sound, but I get to claim all the responsibility for this catastrophe. I mean, wonderful game. I meant wonderful game. I don't know about this whole 1 week thing, Fearless. I did make a game. The original version of this game was made in 30 days because that was how long I had for the game jam. But realistically, I actually started 5 days in because I had no idea what I wanted to make. So it's like, 25 days. But I'd already had experience with making some stuff in advance, so it's not like it was just jumping right on in. But if it makes you feel any better, Fearless, when I started, I want to say about 2.5 years ago, I actually didn't know much about what a variable was. So, listen, anyone can get there. You just got to sit there and tinker and just really enjoy doing it. If you enjoy doing this stuff, then it's not even work. It's just something you do for fun. What was I doing here? I got that working. I need to make the boss. I was going to fight the boss to see if I could actually, how it played out. I have all these abilities set, but I locked them all away, so you actually have to go through the game and unlock them by doing various things. Including playing a tarot mini game. But I have my game dev character who will sit there and unlock things for me so I don't have to do it myself. So I can test everything. Speaking of which, I guess I'll test some things. The plan for the first prototype of this game, because I'm going to do weekly releases, and it's just going to be a free game anyone can mess with. So it'll be on itch because I'm not paying $100 to put it on Steam if it's free. Oh, sure thing, Fearless. I like to, help inspire people, honestly, to do better. Well, do better, but to realize they can actually do all the stuff in this. It's not as hard as you might think. In fact, if you have any random questions about these things, I can often help. It's the only thing I'm not terribly knowledgeable about is ironically RM's combat system because I never use it. I do everything on the map, so. But I have a lot more knowledge about JS and about doing things on map and using particles, and I even made a tutorial on how to parallax, which is well, it's on the channel. It's just under the regular videos. I'm gonna do more of them too, more tutorials and explaining how to do all the weird things in this that normal people don't do. Let's see. Yeah, I got a bunch of random abilities already made for this. I will unlock them all. I currently have the music off for it because I get tired of hearing the same handful of tracks over and over. I think there's something like 150 plus hours of actual streamed game dev for this so far. Should have put a fast unlock in, but I didn't. I think Poison's the last one. Also, while I'm at it, just yesterday I changed the system to have way lower numbers and kind of focus it more, because it was very Diablo-centric previously, but then I realized that the amount of numbers that are involved with every single stat in Diablo is insane. Everything from cooldown timer reductions to regen, speeds and everything. And there's so many things that just affect everything in there, and I'm just like, this will never get done. So you really appreciate how much time and effort goes into those. Can I click off that? Okay. And see, I have a firewall spell in here. I can spell the freeze things, but it doesn't work very well on those, but summon the boss out, and I'll use the abilities on him. I need to reprogram one of the abilities as well tonight. Alright, there he is. This thing here that'll freeze him. And you can with this thing if you want to. Oh, he moved. The freeze wore off. My little lightning storm ability. I added a bunch of evasion things into this game, so did this one even work on him? I don't even know. Usually poison works, but oh, I forgot to unlock one of the abilities. Oh well. Okay, I've got these ones here. I think for the first prototype, we're going to have just 3 of the areas unlocked. So there's like 3 different bosses to play with, and currently 3 types of enemies. There's more types of enemies in that I've already made, but I didn't really want to balance them and have the game be, the first game, a prototype, be released like super long from now. That just isn't very good. I have these Jack in the Boxes, and I have these Annie Bell dolls. I don't even have the animals. I also have these teddy bears with like plastic swords that need to have their animation rework because I did the animations for them, but I messed up the idle versus the walking animation. Oh. Thanks for becoming a minion, Moss One. I need to make an animation for that too, for that matter. The default one for Streamlabs is cool and all, but it doesn't seem very minion-like to me. Yeah, I'm not going to put these ones in because, not yet. Because I really was hoping to have a version of this by my Saturday that's playable for people. I got to put the Annie Bell dolls back in because they're farther along, I think, on the dev. Yeah, just on dev. Where did I even set that? It's under the encounter system. I know it is. So let's see. NPC encounter table. It would help if I learned how to spell. Okay. So we'll just change these numbers here. There's actually a bunch of variations of them. The Annie Bell dolls, their shtick is that they actually make the area dark. And other versions of them become more aggressive at night, like, you know, like, well, not at night, but because it's always night in the attic when they're active. But the darker it gets, the more aggressive they get, and they go from being like, you know, like they're cowards. So like when they can be seen easily, they'll usually just run away and try to throw things at you. And then if it gets enough darkness on you like that, then they'll actually, you know, go assassin style and try to sneak up on you and just start stabbing you. They're my favorite ones as far as the lore goes so far, because they're actually just well, they eat the other dolls when no one's looking, and they're also cannibals, so they're like the worst of the lot. But they just look like cute little dolls. And they actually have a custom amongst them that whoever gets the hat is now like the leader of the dolls. It's just a hat. They just like the hat. They fight for this one hat. And that one's actually the shopkeeper as well, for reasons. Make sure this works. I'm not sure how many of the versions I want to put in the first prototype, just because balancing will make it take a very long time. And if I'm just going to release a new version every week anyway, get people's feedback. Oh, thanks, Moss One. Hoping I could make this engine seem much cooler than a lot of people often think it is. Because you can do anything in it. Yeah, they kind of waddle around like that, and they launch little things, little pentagrams. Oh, the wrong boss is spawning. Well, there's the Teddy boss, where we're at. I could have sworn I switched those, but I guess not. Teddy boss slows you down and creates a... Oh, thanks, Moss One. It's, when you're the artist, you know, it always feels good when someone tells you the game looks good. I need to put a jump animation for the Teddy, so if you wonder why the Teddy does a really weird little hop, that's why the Teddy's not going in the first version, because I haven't made a jump animation. But yeah, he throws swords at you. They're like the old samurais of the attic, effectively. But they all run around with plastic swords. They just, no one knows where they get them all. Every single one of them has a plastic sword. My current slow graphic isn't very good yet. If you get hit by it, it just causes slow. Which is pretty devastating for the enemies that run around and try to stab you. Where'd the boss go? Not all the bosses are aggressive enough, I've found. Some of them can be basically lost in the thing, and you have to find them. Oh, he's over there now. Huh. That's not the one I want to spawn in the first place. So, WinCon spawns it. I actually had an original game I was working on, but then I kind of flipped over to this one, and the other one was actually surprisingly pretty far along, but it was in dev hell for so long that I just decided to put it on the back burner until I had some time to really figure it out. And then it kind of got moved over to maybe UE potentially. I don't know. That's the dream game where it does all the things you want it to do, but in reality, it's probably never getting there. One must manage one's expectations. If you're one person doing this, you probably are not going to make the next AAA game. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. You make the next cool indie game, sure, but the next AAA, probably not. Probably not. 29 is her event. So Attic 3 is supposed to spawn that, but I guess that's Attic 4, huh? Do I have it correct as is? Let's see. The picture to enter this one. Oh yeah, all the maps in this are randomly generated, with the exception of the story map. Like the one with all the... yeah, the character running around, her name is Poppet, which is why it's called Poppet Quest. It's just it means doll. Very original naming scheme there. There's a Harlequin girl who lives in the paintings. Her name is Tinka. She's the only non-doll. There is the one of the Annie Belle dolls with the hat. Her name is Annie's On, which is a fun play on Amazon. She's the shopkeeper. There is a fortune teller named Fortuna. As you can tell, I'm very original with my names. There is a drunken Teddy, a blue one named, got named by chat. His name is Boozeberry, and it's spelled like, type into chat. I have to do this over here. It's Spelled like that. If Chad has a good name for something and I haven't named it, I'm down. It's fine. As far as the actual enemies, there's the teddies. They're just teddy bears. The Annabelle dolls, which they're named after Annabelle dolls, the cursed doll that's from. Oh god, they've done a bunch of movies for her. The Jack in the Boxes are just called Jacks. I do have a ghost character who lives in the attic, and is the reason why a lot of the dolls are there, because the dolls are brought there to be her playthings. But the dolls don't actually know her name, so I probably won't actually ever say her name until later on, because there has to be a reason for them to know. I'm very much playing it from from Poppet's perspective, where you wouldn't know a lot of things. Yeah, but for now, those are pretty much the main ones there. And as far as let's see, I have concept art for various things too, because I haven't necessarily like let's see. Where's it at? So the girl that lives in the painting, that's her. That's Tinka. Let's see. Then there's... Where did I put all the renders for people? As far as the ghost girl, I'm working on this potentially being her thing. I don't know if I'm going to quite go with it or not. She's got this weird little creepy doll thing as well, which I'm probably going to put the creepy doll separate wandering around. Problem is the doll is these are models that have been made, and I'm rendering images of them because RPGMaker can't use models. It can only use images unless you do a whole lot of coding that just is not. You'd have to rework the whole engine, and at that point you might as well just use like Unreal Engine or something. It'd be so much easier. And then let's see, what other character we got here? Poppet, main character, who's... Why is it on that giant brush? It's so hard to click on things, yeah. Yep. And then Poppet has a ghost form that she transforms into to move around, so I have a ghost form for her. She looks like that. And then let's see what else we got. I know I rendered pictures of everything. This is my Annie's on doll. She's a shopkeeper. Guys, this brush is bugging me. Versus the regular Annies, which just, they don't have the hat. They also look a little dirtier, I think. Now they're both really dirty. This is my drunken teddy named Boozeberry. And these are the Jacks. Of course, the teddies, which were in there. The little clown heads that float around. All these are random toys or like Halloween decorations or, just weird things. So that's half of the fun of them. These ones aren't going to be in yet, but I have these little stuffed, they're stuffed animals, just referred to as the tiger kitties. And they just run around like they're, just on all fours, just eating whatever things they can find. And they make regular cat noises because they're a toy that, is rigged to make regular noises like a cat. I think that's most of the concept art I have for this so far. I have concept art for a different game I'm working on, but Yeah, that's pretty much what I have this for this one. I have a bunch of lore in a world anvil set up for it and everything like that. It's a private world anvil, so because I can want to, want to build everything into one world, and then all my games will just be in that world, so I can have lore that's, if you played all the games, cool, that's great. You learn more about the world, but if you don't, you can still understand things. So, yeah, there's pretty much the where we are now on it. And I was making certain. I was double checking why this wasn't spawning the right thing. What is attic 2? Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Oh, that's the actual thing that puts us right. All these things are in here to memory manage. Yeah, this needs to actually say attic 3. I think she was already spawning, and I just... One variable difference, because I keyed everything to just what this one little variable says for which area it loads. Makes all the difference, because like I say, these are the maps you fight on. As you can see, they are very exciting in that they are just all random. They're empty. Except for they have one light event, which just literally turns the lights on. A concession to the fact that if I don't do that, the plugin that does the lights, which I'm also partially responsible for, won't turn the lights on fast enough. So there'll be a brief flicker of no lighting and everything will be visible. It looks terrible. But yeah, if you're actually in the RPGMaker community, I'm the guy who started community lighting, so I get to claim some amount of credit for that thing. I haven't done all the coding in it because it is a community project and people are allowed to add to it, and anyone can. But I got the ball rolling and added a few thousand lines of code to it over time. Oh. All that character was right there, so I could just rescue her really easy. Nice. This is the third. This is the wrong boss. Well, it's the one that says it's supposed to spawn there. That is my fault. So this should be 189. And then the Annie Bell boss is... She's 29. But yeah, if you ever have any ideas for the game, or you want to just, suggest something that seems cool, or something just seems really terrible, feel free to suggest it. Or if you just want to chat about random things, yeah. That's a lot of what I discovered when I was making this, is that a lot of nights you just sit there and just program and do things, and there's no one to really chat with or do anything, so it's just like, well, I might as well just turn the camera on and people can watch me make it. That's still the wrong ones. The Annie Bell boss is here. She makes darkness, which if you get hit by it... Oh. Apparently I didn't reduce the damage of the darkness. Or the teddies do a lot of damage. Whatever. It's all good. Mistakes were made. So the encounter table for that is wrong. We'll figure out why it does so much damage soon enough. NPC encounter table, right? So 18 should be the one that spawns there. And these are probably 23. Yeah. A lot of the later versions of the attic I had planned are going to be full of various junk that's themed around the kind of stuff you would find in an attic. So there'll be like a section that's full of Halloween stuff and one that's full of Christmas stuff. And I'm also going to have creepy dolls up there because, well, where'd all these dolls come from? Because obviously the ghost girl is in fact a girl, so she's and not a very old one, so she's got a lot of dolls up there. There's also a lot of why a lot of the dolls in this are actually female because, well, her father was giving her a lot of, you know, dolls when she was a little girl. So. As far as the time period, it's supposed to be somewhere around like, you know, like early 1900s is like, you know, we're talking like the earliest I think event I planned was like around 1890. So some of the assets need to be probably tweaked a little bit, and like the latest event I had planned was something around like 1920 or something. So there's gonna be a few things I need to probably remove that don't fit the time period perfectly, but that's okay. When you're in indie, you know, you got to use whatever assets you can find. All right, so these do damage. Apply a lot of darkness. They do actually deal damage too. This boss is supposed to be harder than the other bosses, so. But see, it gets really dark in the area like that if you're under the effects of darkness. Yeah. I need to make her more aggressive though. I don't know if I want the darkness to deal damage or not, or if I want to damage slowly. Because originally Pop had like 100 health. We were doing increments of damage, so I wanted it to. That's why it just does so much damage in such a short period of time. I haven't rebalanced it. And then when it finally wears off, whenever it finally wears off, it goes back to being normal. So I'm gonna want to have a thing where I just auto unlock everything, so I don't have to actually manually do it. Oh, there's one other character like I never even showed you. I already have a mini game in here. I actually programmed 2 mini games, but one of them is not finished. But there is a mini game that is relatively finished. I might add some improvements to it. But what's the suggestion? I'm always excited to hear suggestions. I already have a guide character, unfortunately. That'd be Tinka, who lives in the paintings. The lore being that, you know, she's the only one who doesn't sleep during the day, and she can see whatever's in range of the paintings, because she walks from painting to painting. So, also, anyone added besides her has to be a toy. there's one ghost, there's a person who lives in the paintings, and then everyone else is a toy. So I can make a little boy doll that runs around. I can do that. That would fit the lore of what's going on. But otherwise, everyone else is super tiny. So I'm not even paying attention to this game here. Yeah, I have a matching game here, but I'm apparently terrible. I can't remember where anything was. Park's not looking at it. Is that it? This one's down here. Whatever. No, it's this one. Okay. Yeah, I have a matching game. And I suck at it. Usually better from paying attention, but I'm not always paying attention. But yeah, for the most part, that's the way the lore of the thing is, you know. And then a lot of it comes down to how fast can I make a random asset. So in a later version, I could add like a little boy doll or something like that. It won't be in the first version, no. Yeah, one of the ways you unlock things in this is there's this this mini game here, and this is Fortuna, my fortune teller. And then where was I at there? That's pretty much where the game is at right now. And I'm just going down the list of things that I need to add to improve things, making notes along the way. I usually keep that off screen because, well, I don't know how many people want to sit there and read the random notes. I usually just say what I'm going to do on the stream. But I might actually, I'll put the suggestion on there. They could easily be a quest or something like that that just happens in one of the randomized areas. I don't know. We'll see. I'll have to see what I can do about dolls. I was thinking of making like chess pieces. I've already got like assorted like assets to make chess piece dolls and everything like that. Oh, they wouldn't be dolls. They'd just be actually physically chess pieces, which those could be in an attic. I could have a chess area. Kind of run with more of a Alice through the looking glass type of setup. So I was working on, what was it again? I got totally off on a tangent. I fixed this error already. I'm not doing this particular one there. Let's see, if this character exits the thing, it exits incorrectly. At this point, a lot of the content I want for the first prototype is already kind of in place. It's a lot of balancing right now and fixing errors. Because the prototype is just going to be the 3 levels, a secret unlocked area, a mini game, and like a small amount of story. But it's not going to be the full game by any stretch. It's just to give people a taste of what it is. It's not even a full demo. Or maybe it would count as a full demo. I don't think so, because I plan on improving it 1 week later anyway. Hardly a demo if you're going to change it 1 week later. And then every week I was just going to keep changing it. I think I need these. I just need this one, actually. Some of these free music tracks are definitely wild. I'll give it that. I made this character too big, so I They need to move a little less distance. Or we could do a... no, I'll just do it. I'll do it easy. I'm not gonna get crazy about it. This is just a common event that's ran whenever you manage to get a quest NPC over to the painting so they can escape. So let's fix that. Problem should be fixed. I guess I'll double check it in a second. I fixed this problem. Oh, I gotta write rewards in for her so she can reward the player for each boss that's killed. Not that one, it's this one. Yeah, once the prototype's out there, people will be able to actually do all the testing and, you know, see if it's even, if the game even works in RPGMaker. It should work. I mean, I had, it was based off a game jam I made a while ago. That game jam worked. It had some bugs, but it worked. Where is it at? Guess I make another one at the bottom. What that's for. Sure, what's the suggestion? Oh yeah, the final boss will be really big. Make no mistake about it. Because Poppet is about the size of, she's a few inches smaller than a Barbie doll. She's about a foot tall, so a little more than a third of a meter for those people who don't use American measurements. And the boss, like the ghost girl, you know, is the size of a small girl. So, you know, she's going to be like 4.5 feet tall, probably. So basically about 1.5 meters, something like that. Like, so she's obviously just going to dwarf Poppet. I mean, Poppet's a doll. The ghost was a human. So. I'm not 100% certain how I'm going to make that work in this. But the final boss isn't going to be in the first prototype, so no worries. I'll figure something out. So claim a bounty. Make it simple for the moment. What would they call? So I need to name these things, but I don't have names for them yet, so I'm just gonna go with what they are. The world. Sometimes Steam's a little weird. I didn't even hit Shift Tab and it brings it up there, but only in this tiny little window sometimes. Weird. I have to have a pop 0 on this one. after I finish this game, that's pretty far down the road, but I have another game I'm working on in Unreal Engine. I also had a game that originally was in RPGMaker. This one, I was debating on if I was just gonna pull assets from it and fuse it over. Let me how's that? This was the other one I was working on, but it's been in dev hell, so I just decided to take a break from it and figure it out. It's got a good title screen. Oh, that's right. It's not even rigged to use a keyboard and mouse. You have to use a controller for this because they never improved it. But the short of this one, the main character, her name's Miranda, but most people just call her Mira. She goes up to see a meteor shower one night, never like that, because they've been talking about that. She's supposed to meet a boy up there. Because the boy's like, "Yeah, you should be up there. We're gonna meet this night." She doesn't normally go up there at night because it's kind of weird, but the boy never shows. And then she, dejected, goes home to find that her house is on fire and everyone is dead. And that there's a bunch of, weird cultists there who've done it. And she, they don't see her, but she's basically now left in the middle of nowhere, well, trying to avoid them and everything like that. And she escapes off into the mountains, which is, where they're at. And not far into it, she falls down a chasm. And most of the game is now a fight for her to simply wake back up, to avoid dying in her, in her own mind. The will to survive. So she finds the will to survive, by simply making it through each area to... she actually collects puzzle pieces to build the next area to get to it, and then she runs through her own head to try to go through all the events that happen, everything like that. And if she makes it to the end, she wakes up, and if she doesn't make it to the end, she never wakes up and just dies. So that was the basic premise behind it. There's more details to it, but it uses this art style, as you can see. I was working on it. There's a lot going on. It's invisible events I can't walk into at the moment. That guy's trapped up there. There's another event there. The game's currently a wreck. I think I had some concept areas set up too already. Do I? I don't know. Nope. I guess I don't have any of the concept areas. Maybe I do. Maybe I'll double check this. Maybe I just didn't name it. This one I kept changing things, so a lot of stuff's just outright broken and needs to be fixed. Like this one doesn't go anywhere, apparently. Nice. I think there is a combat area set up. Oops. Let me double check it real fast. So... you run back over here. There is one I know that works. But the way she works, is she fights by simply... it creates little paths behind her. And the paths can be used to either explode and, hurt enemies, or they can be used to drag things. So that's how she gets the puzzle pieces to the goal. And then, to represent death catching up to her, the map is slowly being disintegrated from a different direction depending on each of the areas. As you can see, the map will go away as it doesn't go incredibly fast. It's just slowly eating things. They've tried to go farther over. The enemies don't respect it yet. They need to fix that. But as you can see, you'll get hit if you try to do that. She fights by these little paths behind her can be exploded to actually deal damage to things. So the way she fights, I need to fix these enemies really badly. Here. See how it hurts them? I think I have a better level to test with. Unfortunately, there's a real glitch with the controller, so as you can see, I'm trying to move up, but I can't. I need to figure out why that is, but this game has a lot of bugs. Yes. But she's also got the ability to change the paths to different colors that represent the stages of dealing with like denial and like death and things like that. Like it's basically it's the stages of dealing with death, because she saw her family killed, so she's got problems with it. And let's see, what are the controls for this? This is this. You can turn into a little thingy to be invincible and yank things temporarily. It eats mana, but I currently have it set to infinite. And there's a thing that will reset time, which will bring the map back. And if you get, I'll show you the puzzle pieces thing here too. I have mechanics for it set up. There's so many bugs, but I could probably rescue the game if I want. Nope. Like I had the wrong picture down in the corner for her. It's not even her. Different character entirely. Don't worry about it. Bugs, it's fine. And the goal is currently probably spawned under something. It's a buggy game. Where's the goal at? It's like under that. Great. Anyway, if you get the pieces to the goal, you'll notice they appear up in the upper corner up here, slowly completing the puzzle to show the next area. That's largely the gist of it. I think there's actually another level that's already made, though. I have various working versions of this, but I keep improving the graphics and then improving the systems, and pretty soon the game never gets finished. So I'm pretty certain that's the one, unless there's one up here somewhere. Is it? Let's see. No, not the one I'm looking for. I think I moved it up here or something. Yeah. You'll do. This is the one. As you can tell, I recycled the portal effect. You know, it looks nice. This has got random fires, and as it's going, it slowly, the force gets more and more on fire as you're completing this level. So started making it a little more dark as went along, but these are the other enemies that are there, and they'll actually try to fight. Oh. Once again, the controller glitch. And then let's see, where are you at, enemies? I see, they just blow those up like that. The enemies aren't really set to be particularly effective yet, but I'll get there eventually, probably. And this thing actually hurts them too. Yeah. But the problem with this game, let me go ahead and launch the other version. And you'll see where my conundrum is currently at. Yeah. Oh, do I play games or just work on them? Well, you see, sometimes I get to play games, but between working a regular job and doing game dev, I don't get to play a lot of games. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought about playing some on stream purely because then I could say I actually played games ever. I've got a whole bunch of ones from that Epic has given me. Every week they give me new ones. I'm like, ooh, free games. I haven't played like any of them. All right, so I've also got, let's see, let's bring this fine beastie up. Where are the levels for this thing here? Do, do, do. We'll put my computer to the test here to run this. Two versions of RPGMaker. I don't need a DAS Studio open, which is currently open as well. Browser, code. It's streaming. It's got the art program running on the side too. It's got a lot of things going on at the moment. We've got a lot going on. And a music thingy. I'm gonna turn the music thingy back on. Now this takes a little longer to load. So while it's figuring itself out, we go back to messing with this. Because in theory, I'm supposed to actually finish this. I was writing her rewards. That's right. This is going to require a conditional. If I can just do this here. If this I'll need an else on that. What's the code for the reward? Looks like it's done. It needs a microwave ding when it's done.
Something is off.
Give it a second here. Where am I at? I'm also working on this one. I have a weird thing up there in the sky. Cool. I have it nice and dark out right now. Which I'm going to change the lighting on that because it's so hard to see. Let's make it daytime. I'll make it snowing because it's fun. I like snow. Why not? Sure, why not? This was the other version of that game I was just showing. But instead, I'm going
We
to
must keep going.
consider making a very different game. I even can make snow trails. Yay, snow trails. I gave her weapons like that. It has to load a bunch of things. I haven't actually done the loading for this version yet. I gave her weapons so she could fire on, and I made it more like an Alice Madness Returns type of game instead. There's lots of bugs with it at the moment. I was just making a concept of it, but I got this big old huge world to go wander around in if I want to. But I'm still learning Unreal Engine, so, you know, I haven't quite mastered things. Like, for some reason, the blimp goes to the side and things, you know. all the people animate correctly. There's a flaming dumpster for reasons that I thought was funny. But, you know, I'm working on it. So, I'll probably end up doing something along these lines and everything like that, maybe, but I have so far to go on learning Unreal Engine. I don't know. That one's not even far along. I was just playing around with it. But yeah. My current 3 projects. The one that's been in dev hell and the other one that has a concept, but it's going to take some work and I guess plays a little weird. I don't know. An Unreal Engine game that just has some graphics in place and some stuff set up to mostly just graphics in place, honestly. And maybe a little bit of code. And then, of course, Poppet Quest here. But the good news is that Poppet Quest shares a lot of code with the other games. So I can easily flip the code over. So I could actually probably release the RPGMaker version very quickly, whereas an Unreal Engine version, might be a while. So let's see. If you beat the first boss, she's supposed to give this. Yeah, I'm kind of all over the place on all these things. You have to get a lot of bugs in these things, so you'd be surprised how many little bugs just show up that it's just like, huh, that's a thing? Oh. I'm going to change the dialogue a bunch before this is done, but any placeholders. I might actually just stick with having the RPGMaker one, though. I kind of feel like the Unreal Engine one would take so long for me to finish that it might just be a stupid thing to go after. But the graphics are so much easier to do on Unreal Engine. Well, I guess kind of. I did spend like a week messing with the character's hair so that it actually flowed in the wind. Last reward that she unlocks is the secret reward. So that might be what I do. I'm in real debate on it. So over time, depending upon how this game goes and what its reception is like, will probably dictate a lot on what happens with the other project. Because I do all the art for the other project too, but for Unreal Engine, I design the characters, and that's kind of about it. Like, I don't have any skill with doing a lot of the 3D modeling for this stuff. It also just takes too long. So for one person, I'm kind of reliant on whatever I can find out there, and like the free packs that Unreal gives every month, plus the hundreds of free packs they currently have. But I can't really edit things or do a lot of customization because, well, I've got skill with 2D, just not really 3D. Well, I have some skill with 3D, but not enough. Um, I guess this will unlock the secret, so you don't ever need to. It doesn't need to appear on the other one because once you've unlocked it, it'll vanish because you won't be able to get the rewards anymore from it. You'll have already beaten it. Do I give this reward for beating this boss, or do I give the reward for beating all the bosses? Oh, what's the suggestion, Mashwan? Can't even talk now. Blah, blah, blah. What's the suggestion? Okay. I kind of feel like the suggestion should be focus on one game. um, oh, that I'm probably not doing. The reasoning for having the one playable character is it's a story-driven thing, so you're following Poppet's story. So more than one playable character, it's wouldn't really fit with the story. Because all of them are narrative. Well, they do follow a narrative. They're definitely a single-player game that's just following a particular person. Whereas the second character, I'd have to write it in there as like making it make sense in the story. But the problem with that is that would require probably a better writer than I am. I'm just gonna level with you. I know how to code. I know how to do art. But when it comes to writing, I'm not a professional. Also, the amount of time it takes to add in another character and deal with all that, like, it's possible there could be a secret playable character later on, maybe, I guess. Like, maybe you unlock a secret area where you can play as Tinka for a level or something, I don't know. And then I gotta make attacks for him and everything like that, too. And the amount of dev time for attacks I've discovered is a lot. Like, it's a lot. Because you gotta balance them and make all their effects, because otherwise, like, you have to individually program every single effect, otherwise it doesn't do anything. So, most of the characters in the game will just be ones you meet up with. But maybe I'm possibly in a future way down the road. It could happen, I guess, that there is a hidden character that you can play, maybe if you've beaten the game, or maybe something. But that's really far down the road. Yeah. Like I say, I want the first version of this hopefully by this Saturday, but we'll see on that. There's a unfortunate problem with the mouse movement that I have to resolve. We're gonna give this Annabelle like 2 hit points. I want to test something. All honesty, with how much coding I put into RPGMaker, I might just keep the other game in RPGMaker and just not use Unreal Engine. Of course, the fact that there's no actual physics system in this does limit the amount of games you can make. All right, so let's hunt down the boss, and then there she is. Good enough. Come on, boss. Show up over here. There you are. I'll probably just have a way to flip the switch manually, but I want to test it at least once to make certain it flips the switch. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot there's a crap victory screen that needs to go away. Sure. Because it breaks, right? Yeah. Let me get rid of this victory screen thing. I had visions of having the game play out very differently initially, but I've kind of gotten rid of that idea. We'll just disable that for the moment. Unfortunately, we're at the phase where I have to sit there and test everything. So I keep coding in various ways to test it faster. Sometimes there's no way around actually running through it at least once. So the first version is going to be probably poorly balanced, in all honesty. Because I'll balance it probably closer to how it would be for if I was playing it over and over, because I've already done lots of testing, and it'll probably be too hard for people. My guess. Hi, J. Marie. How's it going? Oh, Moss One? No, I do not. I am a one-man army. Alright, with that character dead, I should be able to leave and then see if it flips the switch. It does what it's supposed to. Yeah, Moss One. I'm both the coder and the art guy. Oh, nice, Jamery. I'm very envious there. That means you have a normal schedule, unlike me, who does not. Is the switch flipped? Let's see. I guess I'll check this way. I'll attempt to check. Can I check? Just never mind that. Farther down. The terror ward, though. I swear I put all the bosses near the bottom. .166 is on. Yeah, they. I can change that, Jamery. Why not? I'm gonna do a lot of the sound effects later, so a lot of these might not make the cut. To be honest, though, I usually just turn it off because it's annoying. But we can do It's like a little buzzer, which is why I had it like that. Oh, it might be a little better. Maybe something like that. I'll turn it down a bit. RPGMaker comes with a bunch of not very good sound effects. And I just was too lazy to go hunt down a car noise, to be honest. So it's going to get replaced by an actual car noise that is set to a higher pitch in general because it's a tiny little car. But to be completely honest, it gets kind of annoying every 5 seconds, so I'm going to go ahead and... That sounds really loud. Yeah, we'll do that. I guess we're testing. I mean... Yeah, probably like that, I guess. So... Well, Moss 1, if my game blows up, not in a I programmed it poorly kind of way, which trust me when I say it's definitely blown up like that a few times. I'll probably just keep adding to it, to be honest. I mean, if I find success, I see no reason not to continuously make it better and better. I figured I was more likely to be able to finance this with actually doing YouTube and having people watch the development and suggest things than trying to sell it, because, well, most games don't do very well on Steam unless you're really well known. Oh yeah, J. Marie, that's it's definitely a buzzer noise. It's actually for errors and things. Like, it's supposed to be from a puzzle game thing. I thought it sounded close enough for purposes of this testing. So yeah. I could just turn it off temporarily. I'll just remember to put it in later. I still have to go through and do all the sound effects, which means that my hope for Saturday might just not be possible. Because I have done hardly any sound effects, which means I have to go through my big list of sound effects and sit there and play each one and try to find ones that sound close enough. And, you know, I like everything about game dev except for sound work. It just takes so long. Why didn't this show up? I think I botched something. I just put this into the wrong one. Well, thanks, Moss One. I'm hoping that that works out like that. I'm definitely hoping for the good luck. I appreciate it. Sorry to hear that, J. Maria. You know, do you have more time to talk to him before the SATs, or you just have you just run out? I need to rework her code. Definitely not good. It's too confusing with so many lines for where things are, since I have two codes that are very similar. This should have been here. Oh. Well, I think the fact that you even bother to take the SATs when it doesn't matter is definitely one in your favor for going to school in the States. Huh. Honestly, most people here don't even take them either, so that's it's impressive to me. I've already claimed this bounty. That's not the right code. I think I have to make it a variable for if it's already claimed. So if you're going to the going to go to school in the States, or you want to, where are you going in the States? You got a place in mind? There's a lot of places in the States, so. I guess I just need another set of switches for this, don't I? MTSU? I can't say I've heard of it, but that doesn't mean anything. With 50 states, you know. I'm over in California, so I know some of the places in California, but not even all of them. What's the best way to restrict this? This character... I have to have some globals for this one, unfortunately. It's unfortunate indeed. think I'm just going to copy paste all these. Middle Tennessee State University. That's fair. You know, the scholarships make all the difference. Plus, well, I've never been to Tennessee. I always like people from there because they have very musical voices. It's just a strange thing about them that makes them just great. Unlike this mouse, which doesn't move very well. You really need to buy a new one. Even though this was the one I just bought. It is a dud. Let's do this. Mouse is terrible. So what do you plan on studying when you get there? I feel like I already did this. Oh, 4 onward. Art design, animation, similar topics? Get behind that. You gonna do you trying to get into movies and animation, that kind of thing? You're trying to get into game design, or what are you doing with it? We'll need a conditional on this one. I can't remember, spell souvenir. Whatever. This is why we look things up. SOU. I've got that there. So with this on here, I need to do this again here. Need so many conditionals for a dialogue. It's weird. They're looking into film animation, but won't shy away from gaming. That's fair. Well, maybe you should look into Unreal Engine. It's a lot of movies are being made in it now. Unreal Engine 5 was incredible. Alright, well, I'll be here when I get back. Yes, indeed. I just spilled tea all over my foot. I was like, oh no. I'm not actually wearing shoes at the moment. Just standing at my standing desk. I'm just like drinking a tea and I guess getting feisty. Too feisty. So let's see if she answers correctly here. Let me do a quick test to kill her off. Oh, that reminds me. Got that extra subscriber. Got to add it to the bottom there. Very important. Hmm. Wrong keys. No wonder I'm moving in weird ways. Name a bounty. And then I can enter the painting world, which I need to actually, Okay, well, see an error right there, first of all. Let's see, claim a bounty, but she's not even gonna have 90% of this stuff until, once the game actually is in there, because it's all this game dev stuff that she wouldn't normally have. Be on this one. What a confusing mess. You know, I could actually make the regular game or everything be way bigger. But I also need to make things have enough space so those things can show up on the map, and Poppet can be smaller than them. So, hmm. 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 I think I'm tired of this particular music here. We're going to go ahead and swap it here. Many of these tracks did not appeal to me this time around. That was okay, I guess. I'm not even sure if I've been through all of them. Oh, where did I put the music? Actually, I like this one better before they started having the voice on it. Okay, and then that's set up there. I need to set the other ones up though. You know, I think I might create one additional reward. Um, Like now they can kill the bosses out of order and trigger the secret area, but I guess it doesn't matter super large amounts. I mean, I guess it really doesn't. Hmm. All right, let's set all the bosses to be easily killable. Let's make certain each one of these works. 300 health, jeez. Definitely gonna make him way more aggressive. I could find a way to lock the player in a specific location. That would probably help a lot. I think before I continue, I'm gonna lower my desk down and sit for a bit. I've been standing for over 3 hours. All right. Game on. Yeah, I may add one more reward, and I think I should do that. I'm gonna add that to my list of things to do. Let's see. Add additional reward. It really helps for game dev to sit there and have a document over to the side to see you're good to go and remembering things, especially for all this testing, because it just gets awful otherwise. I gotta make special messages for all those, but this is more about making certain each one works. Also, rather than type messages directly into here, I'm going to go out of my way to put them in Google Docs and make certain they're all spelled correctly and grammatically, perfect. It's not like ARM has any of that built in, so just typing it in there and hoping does not seem like a solid plan to me. I forgot the boss has a ram attack. It's actually kind of tough. The other one's around. I definitely think he's going to need the heal ability. Come on. She's kind of hard to talk to. I think I'm going to increase the size of her thing so she actually talks a lot easier. Maybe she just has a weight on her or something that makes her hard to talk. One or the other I'm not very happy about. Change that with 1 frame weight. It's possible I just clicked during a weird time. Alright, with the boss dead. Now Ice Blast is unlocked. Actually, we'll have like unique quest item to get bounty reward. Maybe I might do that. I don't know. Could happen. Oh, went in the wrong painting. Maybe I should just treat this literally like game jam rules, where I just say no matter what it's like, I just release it on that day, as like on Saturday or something. Just like, here you go, this is what it is. As long as it runs reasonably enough, that's fine. Probably not a bad idea. There really is a big danger of going, well, I can make it a little bit better and a little bit better, but the goal is not to release the finished version anyway until much later. Shouldn't be a problem. Right, that unlocks. I've already tested the secret reward one, but I do want to check something on it. Doesn't have any of the bounties available. Oh, and for some reason those are still listed below, huh? It is really hard to figure out where everything is located of this system. It's such a poor system for how it's set up. It's just hard to see where things are. Claim a bounty goes, I believe, right there. Let me double check this. Like right here. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I shall return in probably a couple minutes. All right, amateur. So I have the reward set up. I'm gonna need to write a bunch of dialogue for all that. I'm gonna make a list of all the dialogue I need to write too, for that matter. Dialogue I need to write. I'm not sure I'll write all this on stream or not. Probably won't, but maybe some of it will. Welcome back, J. Marie. Just got back myself. Making a list of all the dialogue I need to write, because I'm not gonna remember it all. Let's see, let's put it on here like that. Further, I need to write dialogue after each one. Go for rewards. The painting world. She needs the introduction. I don't know if she's actually going to do any kind of explanation on how to play or not. Maybe up. Controls explanation. I guess like chat stuff. General chat, I guess. What about that? Tuna's gonna need bet rewards, fortune telling, which is going to be potentially secrets. That you can get hints at. I'm going to put lots of Easter eggs in. Which I'll probably still put it on the stream, but you know, anyone who didn't watch the stream will be surprised by them. Or I could do them off stream depending upon if people don't want spoilers. I don't know. You'll need a general chat as well. And then I guess quest dialogue. Anizon's gonna need shop rewards. She'll also need a general chat probably and request stuff. I don't think she has anything else going on. Blue Teddy. That's right. We call them Boozeberry. So just a quest reward. And also the quest dialogue itself for when he's in the dungeon. And his general chat. What else do I need? I'm gonna need some kind of... Who's the narrator? I mean, I guess at this point Tinka is the narrator of sorts. I'm still debating on if Poppet talks or if she's a silent protagonist. One of these things involves me writing a lot more. And the other does not. If there's one thing I've learned, you should always lean heavily on the skills you know you're best at. And don't lean heavily on the ones that you're not as good at. Yeah, probably. I'm gonna need those. I think that'll cover it for now. Need a new unique quest item or a new reward. So 15. I kind of feel like the boss reward should be getting all the abilities. If there's a super secret boss in the painting world or some sort of event like that, then there's a reason to put one ability there, but Mostly, I don't want you to be able to beat one of the bosses and then have just be able to skip the boss to get the secret thing. Whatever. I'll leave it for now. It is what it is. I don't even have the secret thing built yet, so no point in getting too crazy. It's 14 rewards at the moment. Going over all my notes here. I don't need these anymore. A generic way that things could go. The music that I found that I liked along the way. I guess I just need to keep working on that's an improvement I'd like to make, but I don't think I need to make it. I think I already fixed this one, but let me double check and see if I did. Yeah, a lot of this is just combat testing and fixing errors and then adding in dialogue. I now have a system that essentially allows progression. A level system, which was one of the major things I needed. I might switch to a heart system or something like that instead of like having the bars for it, but I don't need to talk to her. But that might just get added later. I don't know if I want to worry about it right now. Actually, for this test, I have a better idea. I'm going to spawn him right by the exit. 305. Anything I can do to make testing quicker is just what needs to happen. It's very simple. If it works the first time, okay, it didn't really save time to, put that in, but if it doesn't work the first time and I have to run multiple tests, it'll save so much time. I almost never use the actual mouse controls. Probably says that they're not very good. I use the arrow keys a lot. Well, Teddy's sitting on top of there, so that's a problem. Let me flick off this real fast. Make notes here. There's Quest NPCs, bonds stuck in things. Kind of an important thing to fix. Oops. I can't rescue that one. But I can rescue this one. Seemed like he walked in just fine. So don't need this on. I'm going to put him somewhere else because if he's standing in front of the painting, it's possible for Tinka to talk to him and place at him. Maybe I'll put him right here, so this way you unlock him and then, you know, you'll immediately stumble over him instead of having to hope the player goes back and talks to him. How railroaded do I want the player to feel? So, I mean, you do this and it opens Fortuna up over here. You could go past it, and then she wouldn't be there. A lot of these things wouldn't be there. Yeah, I should spawn him right here. Right, so... It's always the little errors you just never think about. Let me change all the instances of this character's name. This is 187. I don't really need the console log anymore. 21 is perfectly fine. I think 80 will put it in between. I definitely underestimated how much time it would take for each little individual thing. Doing all the graphics, that takes a while, but all this other stuff, I just never thought about it. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I have so many cheater things here at the moment, it's kind of silly. I'll have to change that. Well, it's a game dev option, I guess it doesn't super matter. Perfect, exactly where I wanted him to be. He's still too close. Probably want to change that so she can't talk quite that much off the screen. So they don't talk on top of each other like that. On this one here, it needs to be probably like 700, I guess. That works. I like that. I like where the bear is now. A gooseberry. So that's been fixed. Not sure about the quest MC being stuck in things. Uh, hmm. I think I need an array. 26, actually, well, let's do it like this. 25, 26, 7, 28, 29, and 30. There are switch numbers right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check for each one if it says if it's equal to empty or not. I set them as empty, right? Double check that that's exactly what I set them as. I did indeed. All right, so we'll do for I equals 0. Let's do I is less than array.length. We're gonna have what do we call this? Empty switch. It'll just be a string. If AI is equal to empty, empty switch is equal to AI. And then it will just simply do a break on that. And then for this, we'll just do this right here and put empty switch in place of them. In the world of programming, arrays are stupidly useful. Should be putting everything in arrays. Arrays within arrays. It's pretty much like those dolls where you open one up and there's a smaller doll inside. Exactly like that. Only the dolls can get infinitely small. Or be bizarrely big, but somehow inside of a smaller array. The world of code is a strange place. I want this here so I can get an idea of what the result is. And then I'll test it with the heal spell. Why not? I did say that, right? basically once I have this set up, and if it has the empties for comes up with an empty, then I'm gonna have it unlock just the actual. It'll only show the one if it's actually full. If it doesn't read as empty, so the actual little abilities in the bottom will just continuously unlock as you get them, but otherwise they will be just not there. They will unlock in the correct order. Should not have tested with heal. That was a very dumb decision. That was actually the worst one to test with, because that one's already set to be right next to it. Actually, is it? Let's test. All right. That looks like an error. What happened? Oh, I'm missing some very important code here. Game variables, not value. Actually, game switches. Oh, these are variables. Variables dot value. Because the array number is just in fact a number. It's one of these numbers. Yeah, that will not work otherwise. Isn't coding fun, J. Marie? I'm just saying, it's truly a different world. It's the whole other language. There was some guy who I looked up to pretty much as a coder, and he basically said that all game design is just, you know, code keeping track of things and code telling them when to show a picture. So it's just pictures and code telling it when to show the pictures. That's it. So that's game dev. He's right. It really is. And a picture is just code too. So I mean, you know, mind blown and all that. It says firewall unlocked. Sure is right there. Boom. Any errors I should know about? Nope. Looks good to me. Yeah. It's kind of nice in a way, though. I mean, the way it works is, you know that it's math effectively, or it works a lot like math. It's very logic. So as long as you don't give it stupid logic, you'll always get the result that you intend. However, if you've ever played the peanut butter and jelly sandwich game where you have to sit there and describe in perfect detail how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, leaving nothing out, that is exactly what programming is the peanut butter and jelly sandwich game. The game, like the actual engine, doesn't know what to do. It knows nothing. It doesn't know any information. You can't assume it knows any information. It just has nothing. So if you want it to know something, you have to give it something. When you see these characters, I've given them self variables. So like when they have a self variable, that means this character then knows that information. But it's not really the character. What these are is these are like objects. Each object has things that it knows. Yeah, pretty much. Sponger baby wouldn't know anything about anything until you tell him it. And it just accepts what is true. If you give, you know, an object a variable, it doesn't question that variable. It just goes, okay. Or you give it like a function or something, it just goes, okay. I assume that's right. It just runs it. And it'll error too. Like if it's wrong, it'll just be like, it will just continuously try to do it because it doesn't know any better. That's often why it'll freeze too. If you don't have any way for it to break out of an instruction, it will sit there and continuously do that instruction forever. And at some point, like because it's doing these instructions every single frame. So it's doing them 60 times a second. As you can imagine, it quickly becomes a lot that's going on. Like the player that you're looking at, let's see, let's bring up the information here. This is some fun, mind-blowing things here. Game player is how RPGMaker keeps track of the game player. So game player is an object, and game player has all this separate information off of it. But every time you see one of these wonderful little arrows, you can click that, and there's more information, and there's more information, and yet there's more information, and you can see that it continuously goes farther and farther. Yeah, and it can go to just stupid levels of why in the world does it go that far? It just goes, and it's got all these things. I'm not going to click every single one of the arrows, but I think you get the point. And these are its followers, and the followers have things. But here's the thing that's even crazier, and this was almost like a Matrix moment when I realized this. The way RPGMaker is built, and the way JavaScript works is there's a top object, and that top object is just called window. And window, like, all these things are little children of it, because that's what this is. Like, they have like the parent, and then they have children, and the children are objects that are under it. It can be a tedious process. The thing is I don't have to hand code everything. This isn't like binary. I'm not coding the machine code from the get-go. There's things that have already been made for me that I can make use of. And that's where a lot of these plugins that I've been making come into. These are information that I've made that makes use of that other things can make use of. But then you start getting things like these game variables thing. This is code that someone else made that I can make use of. I didn't make it. Or when I let's see, here's a good example here. For this plugin here that makes images. Let's see, object setup, blah blah blah. Yeah, this makes pixie sprites. Okay, well, I didn't code the pixie sprite. What this does is it calls, upon the pixie plugin here, and then its sprite function, and then the from thing here. And the pixie thing is this huge plugin right here. I'm gonna go ahead and misclick that. This thing here that is, this mouse is terrible. I cannot get it to exactly the bottom here. It's very awful. Yeah, this plugin is, almost 42,000 lines of code. I don't have to write any of that. I can just use it. So, there's code that already exists. I don't have to make all of it. That's part of where RPGMaker is so cool. Is people make all these plugins and you can just use the code. I don't got to do it. I mean, I wrote a lot of code. Don't get me wrong. But I didn't write literally all the code. Mostly. I wrote a lot of it. Like a lot. A whole lot of the code. Way too much. But yeah, there's a certain nice logic to it that is kind of fun. But I also appreciate art as well. You'll see me do a fair amount of art just on the side, because, well, it's kind of just an interesting other world to be in. Of course, the thing is, I find that if I'm doing one, I have a really hard time doing the other at the same time. Like, there's code brain and there's art brain. They do not mix. One's all creative and fun, and the other is very much hard logic, so... Yeah. What was I coding last when I went off on my tangent? I don't remember. Oops. Oh, I know. I was testing these abilities to see if they unlocked in the right order. A lightning storm. Yep, it's now the next one. All right, and then let's go into this other program here. Speaking of things that someone made, this person made this wonderful program that makes use of a couple plugins that I've added into RPGMaker to just redesign the entire interface for the game. What a great person. I also have a logo in there for reasons. I mean, don't get me wrong, the person didn't do it for free. But I did pay them a small amount of money for it. So each of these, I believe I said is a separate thing here. Yeah, okay. So the condition for this to be displayed is that what is the one I'm looking for? I'm just going to keep that open over to the side there because I will not remember all those. Even though it is just 25 through 30, and I did just previously write that. You can already tell that I forgot. Yeah, see? You get it. Like, it's just nice to do both. I didn't really realize I was a coder much. I did art as I did a lot of art for websites and advertisements for more than a few years. So I was in that world. That I was all about, but I never got into coding until just basically 2.5 years ago. Even then, I had a bunch of health problems and had to stop doing it for like a year and a half of that. So I really didn't code for that long. It's not that hard to pick up if you like logic of any sort. Most of the logic is really brain dead, simple logic. It really is the peanut butter and jelly sandwich thing, the baby, the sponge. So this one does not equal empty. Can I not type empty in here? Well, screw doing it that way then. I have a better plan. Custom code. Return. Actually, oh yeah, like the syntax of the language is easily the hardest part. But here's the thing, a lot of the coding now, especially in Unreal Engine and everything like that, isn't even done by typing code anymore. You actually use little nodes and connect them together with lines. In fact, I will show you what I'm talking about. Give me a second to open it up. Unreal Engine is feisty, is the best way to put it. While I'm doing that, I really should actually have a way to do this. It's easier here. Oh, well, just go ahead and bring yourself up there, Unreal Engine. Sure. Oh, was he? Is he into coding, or is he just got bored one day and decided, yeah, let's watch this? that's fair. I got in this because I love video games, and I would say I like learning stuff, but only sort of. Depends on what I'm learning. Some stuff's really boring. Some stuff, well, that's boring. This camera is going way too fast. Alright, so let me bring up the character here, and I'll show you what I mean. See if I can remember Unreal Code at the moment. Characters. This is my project to learn with, so I'm not that knowledgeable. I might make a game using Unreal Engine. I've been debating on it. I have a project that has it has a RPGMaker version. I've been saying here, and that was the original version, but it was just in dev hell. Like, it was just all over the place. And then I have a version that I'm building in Unreal that's very different, and they could just be totally different games. I don't even know. So anyway, Unreal Engine code's a lot like. Let's put it on the screen. This. So instead of having like where you see me typing all that code, I instead go, okay, well, let's say after this I want to set a variable, so I just, actually I will drag something out here. I'll get her mana like that, and this node represents the variable that is her mana. And then I make a node to set it, and then go, okay, well, I want to set her mana, so set mana. And then you just connect the nodes up by drawing lines, and then the lines connect things, and you do this. Yeah, it is 100% the same thing with pictures. 100%. But it becomes, it has a real upside in that you don't have to remember syntax. You still gotta remember how to do things. You still have to remember that a branch does things like that. You have to remember all this stuff. It's been like months since I've looked at this, so right now my brain is not actually wrapping very well around remembering all the things. Like, I had this all figured out previously and did all the coding here. And there's a lot of coding just sitting around, as you can see. But it's kind of fun because instead of doing the normal stuff, you just instead of typing things, you don't got to type it. Like right here, this is like, if this, then do this. That's the code you would see. Like this if right here, where I did if this. This whole if part there is one of these nodes. And then this like condition here that I put in there is this condition right between the parentheses. And then what it does here, it would be, well, if it branched off to true, then wherever it branched off true, that's what it would do. And if it fails, which in the case of the if here would be if I did an else, this is what happens if the if fails. It would do this instead. And that is the false node on the branch in Unreal. Yeah, Unreal Engine's what normal people use. Part of the point of making this is there's two reasons for this. First off, sunk cost fallacy. I've been messing with it for a while already. It's what got me into coding in the first place. I made all this stuff, and I kind of want to finish before maybe going to another engine. And the other is that because RPGMaker is kind of known to be not a very good engine, the hope was to impress people, especially in the community for it, by making something in it. This is that engine where you go, I can't believe someone actually made this in there. Exactly. That's literally an engine not supposed to do it. I made all this code to make certain it could. So it's more of a spectacle type of thing. If the game turns out good, that helps. I mean, technically, you can program anything in this because you have access to full JavaScript. So you can just code anything. But in most of the engines, they do the work for you. This one does not do the work for you. No. Because in this one, I've already got like
Let's keep going.
a whole thing set up here. And I even have I think I was testing weird graphics on this one. But I've already got like weapons and things, so. I also have the graphics set to. Alright. Well, good chatting with you, J. Marie. Yeah, see, I kind of want to use Unreal Engine because it's so cool. And, you know, if this game doesn't do well, switch into Unreal Engine. Alright, see you later, J. Marie. Good luck on the SATs. If they're today. And if they're not today, good luck on them anyway. I was going to test this, and I haven't even done that yet. I get so distracted. Alright, so I have to enter the level, and if I enter the level, those are gone. That means the code works. Should work. Unless they programmed it in a weird way that doesn't work. Looks like it's oh, I don't know if I clicked save. That's probably helpful. Alright. I think I might call it after this because I gotta meet people anyway in the tomorrow. Tomorrow. That's good English right there. Good proper English. Yes. I want to see if this last thing works here for tonight, and then I'll just call it. Alright, those in fact are not showing. Perfect, perfect. I'll talk to Tinka when she gets over here. Nice. It did unlock. Good. Perfect. Works just fine. We're not dead on the rest of them. Oh, let's just do some code copying. I can be lazy. In this case, I'll pick 4. I'll pick 5. Why did I put 10? There's no way I'm going to fit 10 on there. I don't know if I want 10 to be on there. Whatever, I always plan it with the potential to expand, and then I don't always bother to end up needing all that, but close enough. Be all of them. Alright, so quick save. Run the game. Let's make certain none of them show up. I need to have more embellishments on things. There's just a lot of times where it doesn't really embellish anything. There's no fanfare. I really need to work on my fanfare. So none of them are there. I need to also rechange the controllers so you can't click buttons and have you can't click off of those things unless there's the other ones are unlocked. All right. We'll do star armor first. And poison. Definitely feeling tired at this point. And look, they're all not perfect. But you can still select ones that aren't available, and that's not something I want. So, what is the restrictor on unlocking things? This right here. Button 1 doesn't need it, because button 1 will always be unlocked. So that will be that there. Sure. Should have done it in this one here, would have been a lot smarter. Those are switches, variables. Is greater than or equal to 2. And that was 71, I believe. Actually, never mind. I'm going to start this from 1. This way I don't have to add extra ones later. Yeah, no. No, it's fine. I can just start the game start variables with it. Did I set the player up anywhere in here? I thought I did. Ah, yes, I have a carry array going on. Set that to 1. This way, if I want to remove all abilities, I can at some point. I don't think I want to, but let's assume I do for reasons I'll make up later. So do this, and I'm just going to put 1 on each of these. And this will prevent the player from being able to click off of the stuff that they shouldn't be able to, and thus be unable to attack until they click back onto it. It seems so much better. All right. Okay, so we do that. 1 is always unlocked. That's already set there. I no longer need these console commands. Actually, let's see if this works. Yeah, she can't click off it. Good, good. This is going to put me pretty close to having things well set up. It's just going to be the combat that's going to do a lot of work and the dialogue. So I'll have to do a bit of story eventing and everything, but not going to be a whole lot of story eventing for the first prototype. Just the basics will be fine. Select. Can't select 5, 6, or 7. Anything of sorts. But you can select these and they work, right? Perfect. Everything I wanted. So what else are my notes necessary here? Sure. Are they both these? Nice. I feel like I need an achievement badge for that. Stuff I need to write there. This is a very important error. Also, Mouse doesn't clear destination if using arrow keys. Move. Okay. We got those. She does have a reward for killing every boss now. I think that's just a few things like that that need added, basically. A lot of it's just going to be balancing those guys to fight and make the levels maybe remotely interesting, hopefully. Give a bit of variety. I think that's probably where I will call. Well, maybe. What do I want to work on here? I did kind of achieve the goal at the moment, but. I guess I should probably work on the bosses. So. That's right, I'm not even gonna add the badasses in yet. It's gonna take the whole thing from Borderlands and have, you know, like meaner looking dolls, but I have not gotten that yet. But a future idea, maybe. Let's see, so this one, I'm thinking 20 to 30 health. I don't want it to be that hard because it's the first boss. The second boss, so maybe we'll see 40 and then 50. The charge is doing 1 damage with each attack, but some of the attacks do damage rapidly, so they're not very balanced for the whole 1 damage thingy. I may up the numbers later. I might just magnify the numbers, do the whole Yu-Gi-Oh thing where you just add some extra zeros and make it look like it's way bigger numbers because people like it. But we'll see on that. I'm not sure I'm going to balance poison though. It's all about balancing how much the time between each tick is, I think, the issue. As far as the clown boss goes, he seems aggressive enough. Save that. If you don't have heal unlocked, he's actually really tough. I'm not even sure I want him to have greater than like 2 damage on anything. I had him set as 3 on the thing before. If he rams you, you take a bunch of damage, but if you're going to start with only 10 health, dealing 30% damage to the player who's supposed to survive an entire level does seem a little much. But and the enemies do drop heals, so and there's balancing the other abilities too. The issue is going to be, well, I guess Lightning Storm isn't even very good against it. I'll take Firewall in there just as a thing. It's not at 28 views instead of the like 13 from the last one. Yeah. Oh, no one's here. I might just call it anyway. Shows up on the tube. Perfect. Oops. Oh, remember to move the bear so you can't, he doesn't spawn in. Extra. Yeah, without heal, I think it does a lot of damage. Yeah, he's got an issue with teleporting a lot. And I'll make some notes. And boss, notes, I guess. Teleports instead of finishing jump attack. Sometimes. Probably shouldn't have 3 damage of attacks. Do 3 damage or more. Alright, well, at almost 4.5 hours, I gotta be to work tomorrow, so I'm going to call it on this one. Thanks for anyone who watches this later, and for those who watch during, and for all the suggestions made. Things are really coming along nicely. I think that Saturday might be possible. I really am a little concerned about 2 of the errors that are crippling. And the whole combat is still not very good yet. But I guess the first prototype doesn't have to be that great. It just needs to be out there. Yeah. I don't know. I'm still considering Saturday. I have like 2 days to figure it out. We'll see. Anyway, I will catch everyone later. Have a wonderful night, morning, evening, or whatever it is for you. It's Imaginary Villain signing out. See ya.